Good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday, December 31st, New Year's Eve. The last day of 2024. All right, I just sat down here. I haven't even had a chance to really look at the charts yet. Let's see what's been going on. Looks like we had a little bit of an overnight move through the London session. It's kind of been a little rangy through here. We had a little bit of a drop right before 7 a.m. And it looks like we still might be kind of ranging. We have our confirmation line just kind of hanging out near the middle of that indicator. So doesn't really look like it has a clear direction. Let's see what the higher time frames look like. We're still bearish on that hourly from last Friday. We are ticking down from the red zone. So, but the hourly is getting to the point where it could almost be getting closer to being neutral and possibly bullish if we can pull that signal line down near the delta candles and tick up above a rising delta. Then we would be bullish over there. On the 15-minute, we are currently bullish. But again, just kind of hugging the center of this indicator. So could go either way on the 15. On the 5. This was a really nice move up. See the fat delta candles. We still have a positive slope on the confirmation line. However, delta candles are underneath that confirmation line now, so we're kind of in a neutral-ish bearish territory on the 5. And on the 1, looks like we just put in a second tick down from that upper power zone. So that is a little bearish on the 1. And if we're going to be ranging, if you guys remember the setup in the playbook, for the ranging conditions, we want to play those power zones. So technically, if we are ranging, this could be a short here. Okay, John, good morning. Could be a short there, but I don't know. I might want to wait until see what kind of setup we get right before the open. We are currently above the anchored VWAP, anchored to the beginning of the New York session at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Central Time, that is. We are also above the standard VWAP, the blue line. So from a VWAP perspective, we are bullish right now. Let's go ahead and check out the news for today. Not sure if there is even, no, it doesn't look like there is any news. At 8 a.m. we had this S&P CS Composite 20 HPI. I'm not even sure what that is, but it says medium impact. Doesn't look like it did too much to the market, but that is over. So no news today. And on a no news day, it can be kind of sideways, kind of choppy. With it being New Year's Eve, not really sure what to expect today. Schroden. I'm not totally clear how you use the higher time frame charts. When the high time frame chart is, say, bullish, it doesn't seem to negate your short trades on the lower time frame. Is it just to sort of have a have back of mind? Yes, it is sort of just to keep in the back of your mind, just knowing what the higher time frames are doing. I always give a higher priority to the entry time frame. A lot of people do the opposite; they give a higher priority to the higher time frames. But in my experience, if you just give the higher time frames priority, you end up leaving a ton of opportunity on the table on your entry time frame. So what I typically do is I use the higher time frames to try to, for two reasons. Number one is to try to spot a move on the higher time frame that is just about to trigger. So for example, if we go back to this hourly, this hourly turned bearish last Friday. And ever since last Friday, we've sort of been in this down move. So, so like right here, Sunday 8 p.m. Now I didn't trade this, and it looks like the delta candles are really thin, but they're negative and they're dropping. So I did not trade this, but if I was trading on the one, I would be looking for a tick down under a falling delta on the hourly. So let's just go back there and see what that looks like. So if I put my cursor here, it corresponds over here on the 1 minute. So now if we get that tick down on the hourly, I would be looking for a short setup on the one. And then what I could do is I could potentially just hold it for the duration. Like once I have my entry. So in this case, say I was anticipating that tick down right there. So you can even enter before the tick down, anticipating that it's going to tick down. So if you see a short entry on the one, you could, keep trying the short entries until that triggers. And then once it triggers, you can almost hold it. Now I don't do this on the hourly, but you could, if you're swing trading, you could hold it and until you get a corresponding tick up on the hourly or a standard exit signal on the hourly. So this delta cross that occurred near this lower power zone, that could have been an exit. And then over here, we have these higher lows on the signal. So long story short, I use the higher time frames to try to trigger a move. If I can see it about to set up on the higher time frame, I'll try to trigger it on the lower time frame. And then my second reason, again, is to, once I'm in the trade, I can choose to, for example, use the 5 minute as my exit instead of the exit signal on the one. So it just allows you to hold your trade longer and then anticipate a bigger move if you can see it coming. So that's really the only reason why I really have these here. Just so I could see if something's about to trigger on the higher time frame. And then if I'm in a trade, I could make the decision of whether or not I want to hold it longer based off of what is going on the higher time frame. Like on the 5 minute, these delta candles here are really big and fat. So if I was able to let's say that on this this higher low tick up on the 5, that green triangle, it looks like that was 2:50 a.m. So 2:50 a.m. is like right here. So when I see that flashing over there and about to trigger, I could be looking for a long entry here. And so I might be looking for this tick up above a rising delta. So we just crossed above the confirmation line, tick up above a rising delta. I could have entered here. And now, instead of exiting on this lower high tick down, I could just try to hold through that and wait for the 5 to give me an exit signal. And then if I did that, I could, maybe wait for a delta cross on the 5, which occurs right there. So at 4:05 a.m., and now I've held through all of this. Instead of, if I was just taking the 1, I would have exited at 3:30. Actually, looks like that would have been a better exit. And that's why I always kind of prefer just, trading off the entry time frame. But for those really strong moves that you get on the higher time frames, it does really help to kind of hold through those. But if it's not strong and it's looking really spotty like it is right now, then you just ignore it. So yeah, I go ahead and I mark it out, and I try to wait to see if we're about to trigger something on a higher time frame, but I'm not necessarily trying to trade in line with all of these, if that makes sense. So I know a lot of people get confused about that. Hopefully that helps explain that. Stuart's here again. Good morning, Stuart. You should probably be in bed right now. Right? What time is it there? Like 2 a.m.? Stuart's in Australia. Jaywaz, good morning. It's already 2025 where Stuart is. Did you go to any New Year's Eve parties? It's probably going to be a late one for me tonight. I'm going to a New Year's Eve party. Should be kind of fun. Raphael, good morning. Just watch the fireworks, huh? Sounds like a good time. So back to those higher time frames that I was talking about. I know a lot of people find that confusing, and I think primarily the biggest reason why it's confusing is because if you're not really familiar with the setups that I'm looking for, then if you're confused about it on the one, even on the higher time frames, those same setups play out over and over again. So I'm looking for the same setups over there. But like I said, I give the entry time frame the highest priority. So for a beginner, I wouldn't even look at the high time frames at all. For a beginner, I would just focus on your entry time frame, and that's it. Otherwise, you're just gonna, you're adding complexity, you're adding confusion by trying to monitor what's going on in the higher time frames when you're still trying to get used to what the setups look like on your entry time frame. So So read the playbook, memorize the setups, try to master them on your entry time frame, and then once you have those mastered, then you can start looking for the same setups on the higher time frames. It's more of an advanced approach, I guess I'd say. Mainly because it just affects your exit strategy and how long you hold for. Yes, the Cumulative Delta is a paid indicator by the Zeiierman Group. So once you're a member of the Zeiierman Group, you actually have access to, I don't know how many indicators they have, but it's a lot. I think it's like 70 some indicators or something like that. So they got a lot of good stuff. But in my opinion, the membership fee is worth it just for this indicator all by itself. So I use this one. I also use the onsen effects algo. That's what puts the previous week low, previous week high, the daily open, you know, all that kind of stuff on the screen. Those are the two that I primarily use from Zeiierman, but there's a lot more, and sometimes I throw some other things on there and play around with those, but these are really my go-to. Well, the market is open. We just made it down to VWAP. Trying to sell off a little bit here. Still don't see a clear entry though. See if we get a VWAP bounce here. We are putting in a higher low. We did sweep liquidity. It does look like it wants to turn around. That is a massive candle. I'm going to go for an entry on the 8. See if I could get picked up there. And I just got picked up. I'm in at 462. Hold on, I gotta move my take profit because I think we might keep going here. 462. Let's see what my 80 tick stop looks like. It's kind of small. Now, we want to stay above that 8. I do not want to close below the 8. If we do, I'm going to pull the plug. JWA says BTC is launching off, huh? Yeah, I saw right before I jumped on stream, my bots ended up buying into a bunch of crypto. It's like that broadening formation on BTC is still kind of playing out. We might make a run for the other end of the broadening formation. It's like that'd be about 101,000, somewhere in there. But I got to pay attention to my trade over here. Come on, get back up there. All right, I just pulled the plug. Looks like my exit was 449.75. 12.25 points loss on that one. Reason why I went long there is because we've been ranging and we put in this higher low. And usually if you put in a higher low right after the open, it usually will give you a decent trade. But in this case, not so much. The size of those delta candles, I probably should have just flipped right there. Looks like we are gaining some steam to the downside, heading for that daily open. Looking at the 5, we were talking about triggering moves on the higher time frames. You notice at 8:25 a.m. we did get a tick down under this falling delta. So it looks like if we were trying to catch that short there, that would have been a better move. Now it's really gaining some steam, so that one could play out for a while. Hopefully Bitcoin doesn't decide to play that game. Looks like my Solana trade is doing well. My XRP, bots bought into that this morning. And all these are brand new that the bot just bought into. So hopefully crypto just keeps going up today. I wish I was paying more attention to the 5 here. So this tick down, the 825 tick down, so that was official at 8:30 exactly. So let's just look at where we were at 8:30. That was this tick up here. So yeah, after the signal reached the red zone and ticked down with that falling delta, probably should have just went short there. It wasn't really clean though, so it didn't really make it up in the red zone that deep. I just barely made it in there. Should gauge my 80 tick stop and see if it's still going to be sufficient or not. Our 4x ATR sitting at 86. It's pretty high. We are down in that lower power zone now. However, the delta's still pretty thick and moving down quick, so I would not go long there. Jay West says potentially a range day. Confirmation swimming in the middle with delta dancing all over it. Yeah, I was commenting on that earlier when I opened the stream. I was thinking exactly the same thing. However, with this drop here, that could change things. We'll see how it reacts here to this daily open. Put in a decent sized hammer candle there on the daily open. Might get a little bit of a turn here. Jay West says, who here in the stream has not yet thoroughly read the free C Delta playbook? If you haven't, you are missing out massively on understanding the play-by-play of T-Maker's trades. That is true. That is true. He says, make it your Bible. I would tend to agree with that. You know, even though I wrote the playbook, sometimes I still have a hard time getting myself to emotionally take all of those setups that are in there. My emotions still kind of get in the way sometimes. There's always room for improvement. But one thing's for sure, if I just stuck to the playbook and did nothing else, I would probably be better off. All right, we're going to get this bounce here. So far, that power zone tick up is holding. Let's see how much drawdown you would have had if you took that, though. 80 tick stop would not have done it there. Looks like you would have needed at least 106 ticks for your stop. However, if you weren't using a stop and you're just going off the indicator, then that's working. Definitely would have got 31 points out of it, that's for sure. Jay Waz says, Teammaker, how have you been doing in regards to trading less in the chop that you would sometimes fall prey to? I'm doing better recently. You know, I don't know what it is, but sometimes, even though I see that it's choppy and I mark the screen and I mark the chop out and I know that I'm supposed to quit trading when I see that, there's something in me that just sometimes I'm like, you know what? Maybe the chop will end here. And then I'll enter another trade. But lately I've been getting a lot better about not doing that. Good morning, Ev. Sorry, guys. My daughter just woke up. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. So, looking back at this last trade, you know how I said an 80 tick stop would not have worked. You would have got stopped out with 80 ticks. However, if your strategy is to not just enter on the candle close, but if your strategy is to, you know, use the 8 as the playbook mentions, in that case, you would not have entered on this candle close. This would have been your first sign to get ready to enter, but you would have been waiting for a candle close above the 8 first, which happens right here. Let me remove that. So it happened right now. This is kind of on the line of the 8. So this one, it was questionable whether it closed above it. This one for sure closed above it. And then that pullback down to the 8 right here would have been your entry. Those are like sniper entries. See how that's right on the end of that wick on the 8 there? So you might have got that, you might have missed it, but that's basically the same setup, but with a more precise entry. And that's probably what I should have done there. So see, like I said, there's always room for improvement. I have still yet to trade a perfect day, but the setups, they're there. What is this here now? So we have the session anchored VWAP, the orange line, and the standard VWAP right in this area. And we are kind of rejecting kind of hard off of that. Kind of makes me want to go short in this area. We did close back under the 8. Stuart says, look for a signal line bounce of the delta candles for a squeeze on the 1 minute. Yeah, so what he's saying is if we get a tick up above this rising delta, that would be a long entry. Now, I wouldn't necessarily call it a squeeze. So for me to call it a squeeze, it's really got to be like, do you see how over here the delta is rising up in that upper power zone? The confirmation line is rising up, but see how they're getting, as they're both rising, they're getting closer and closer together. And this area here where they start to converge and you get this tick down right there, this scenario is what I refer to as the squeeze. So like you've been pushing, and then things start to break. And when things start to break, that is what I call the delta squeeze. Now, in this particular case, it didn't really fully turn around there and play out. It took a lot longer for it to turn. It eventually turned. But with what's going on now, this is all occurring more in the center of the indicator. It's not really by a power zone. So we haven't really been pushing. You know, we did have this impulsive move down, but I wouldn't really call that a, you know, you weren't like trending necessarily into one of these power zones. So I wouldn't call that a squeeze, but it's essentially the same kind of thing. If we get a tick up above this rising delta, that would be bullish. As long as the delta is still positive when that happens. That I would take long. So and as I was talking here, you know how I said like in this zone, I was thinking about going short. We closed under the 8. You see the 8 right there? Pinpoint entry for a short there. I kind of wish I would have taken that, but that's what I was, you know, we have this falling delta on the 5. We got this tick down from the red zone. Delta still underneath a falling confirmation line. Closed under the 8, pulls back to the 8. That's a great trade right there, especially if you're only looking for 31 points or looking at this order block down here to target, which it didn't make it to that. So, but I missed it. You're welcome, Stuart. We did get that tick up above the delta, which is, that is bullish. However, the delta is very weak, so it's like, it's still kind of a big question mark. I'm going to go ahead and try a long there. And it did pick me up. I'm long from 411. Now, if we tick down here with that falling delta, I'm just going to pull the plug. And I might actually even take that short. We'll see. Yeah, that delta is it's pretty weak. We need it to start turning up. Go ahead and move my stop to break even. Still underneath those VWAPs there, so if we reject off of there, I could easily get stopped out here. But we are back above the 8, and we are at the moment kind of chopping the 8, so we'll see how that plays out. But I'm currently targeting that upper order block, I guess you'd call it, for 34 3/4 points. We did just have the 9 o'clock candle open up, so we could potentially get the hourly flip here. Delta is rising. It is positive. It's starting to turn back up. But still, if we get a tick down here, I am pulling the plug. We are flashing a tick down. It is not confirmed yet. That delta's still looking very weak. The bulls look like they're in trouble. Delta's even flashing negative there for a second. So we'll see if it can pull out of it. And it did at the last second. That's why I always wait for the candle close. And we got it. That is 34 3/4 points. There's a lot of guys that argue that you should not wait for the candle close, and I am not one of those guys. That was a perfect example there of why I wait for the candle close. Had I just exited right when it was flashing that tick down, I would have been out somewhere around here at like 421. But at least in the futures market, it seems like things change a lot in the last 5 seconds of the candle. You know, there's probably a bunch of algorithms that are kicking in and, you know, doing their thing. So I try to make my decision 1 or 2 seconds before the candle close. And then if you wait until after the close and you're too late, then that's an issue too. Delta's starting to turn negative again. I haven't been marking out the chop. I should probably start doing that here. Got some chop here. We had a little bit of chop here. And we'll see what happens here. We're starting to turn negative. See if it can follow through to the downside. If not, we're going to have more chop here. We are starting to flash a tick down under that falling delta on the 5, so it is looking kind of bearish here. I can actually try to snag a short entry off the 8 if I can. It almost got me there. I'm like at the end of that wick. So we got that tick down from the red zone with a very weak delta. So, and then potentially triggering the 5. So again, this is a scenario where I'm looking at the 5 to see if I could trigger a bigger move there. And I almost got it, but I was like 1 tick above this wick right here. So I just missed it. If I was 1 tick shorter, I would have been right there. So I canceled my order. After it touches the 8 and starts to move away from it, at that point I consider that mitigated. So if I have an order there and I didn't get picked up, I usually just cancel it. If it tries to touch the 8 twice, that's not preferred. You know, if it starts to do that, then likely it's just going to start chopping the 8 again and turn back the other way. But it does look like we are potentially triggering this bigger move on the 5. So something to keep your eye on. The 5 will be official in, looks like, about 2 minutes. I wish I would have caught on to that, the 8 there, though, because this could have been a really nice move. And that's also a scenario where, had I been able to catch that, and I see that we're triggering on the 5, then instead of using my 125 tick, or, 30, 31, 32 point take profit target, I would have opened that up for potentially the bigger move. And you can see that playing out here now. This is definitely a bigger move than that last one that I caught going to the upside. And that's the risk with trying to jump on the train from the 8. If you can get it, usually get a much better entry, but you risk missing the trade. Let's see if the candle close would have worked. Here's the candle close. Even with an 80 tick stop, looks like that would have worked. The drawdown on that one was about 12 3/4 points. And had I jumped in there, I'd still be in this trade. Even from the candle close, you'd be up about 72 points right now. And that 5-minute tick down was official. Delta on the 5 still falling. We are getting a tick up from the lower power zone on the 1. If you look at this 1 cumulative delta, it still does appear like we're kind of ranging. The confirmation line is more towards the center of the screen. However, we keep making these impulsive moves to the downside. We'll see if this power zone tick up plays out. Let's go ahead and simulate this one. See if an 80 tick stop would work. My guess is it's probably going to get stopped out. But let's see. Yep, it would have got stopped out. That falling delta is just too thick. See, the last time that this happened, we had that thick falling delta. We did get that tick up. The tick up, if you didn't have a stop, it worked. But you just need to have a giant stop on those to make those work. So you could just wait for the, as we explained before, the close above the 8, which we have not had yet in this case. If you didn't have a stop on there, that would have worked. Or a bigger stop. Let's see how big you would have had to be. 117 ticks at least you would have needed for that last one. We did close above the 8. I do have a limit order sitting in there. And again, I set my order too low. See right there? Look at that. It just kissed that 8 perfectly. I was just too low. Uh-oh. All the dogs are going crazy outside. Wonder what's going on out there. Somebody else must be walking a dog or something. We're sitting here under the 20. And the daily open. We'll see if we reject here. Nope, it's looking like it wants to try to power back through that. Well, guys, that's 2 trades on the 8 that would have been great that I missed because I was trying to be too conservative. Sometimes you got to be a little more aggressive. Instead of putting your order on the 8, sometimes you got to go a little bit over the 8. So in this case, above the 8. In the last case, below the 8. But yeah, that one there. And this one here. Those would have been 2 amazing trades. Let's see what I would have got on this one so far. Looks like another 54 points at least. And counting. Nice, J-Waz. You caught that? Did you get in on the 8 or what'd you do? Back to session VWAP would be about 62 points. You got in on the tick up from the power zone, got stopped, and then re-entered. Okay. That is good. But you can see how that 8, just being a little bit more patient, waiting for the 8, can get you a better entry with hardly any drawdown. That's what I love about those. But like I said, you risk missing the trade though. So going in on the candle close is probably, I'd say that's the most aggressive. Putting your order, or waiting for a close above the 8, then putting your order above the 8, that is a little bit less aggressive. And then putting your order on the 8 itself is even more conservative, but then you miss the trade like me. Okay, John, when you have a chance, explain how you calculate the ATR stop loss ticks you mentioned earlier. Is it an indicator that you use? Well, so I have this ATR indicator that's part of my template. So if you guys download the playbook and you click the link in the playbook to load my template, you can copy my template with all of the indicators and everything to your own. And one of those indicators on here is this ATR take profit. So like right now it's sitting at a 91 point, looks like a 92. And all that, it's a really simple indicator. It's just I coded this one myself. It's just taking the standard ATR and I'm multiplying it by whatever number you put here. So typically I just leave this at 4. Sometimes I'll change it to 12. if I want to use it for like an actual take profit number. So that's the number of ticks I would use to take profit. But 4 is just a number that I've just had for a long time. And so I get used to seeing what the market does with a 4x ATR on here. So I know, for example, that I like to see that number somewhere between 30 and 70. If it starts getting above 70, then I know that my 80 tick stop, so I change this to 80 ticks. See how it doesn't cover the low here? So that's because this ATR is so high. So the 80 ticks, if you're wondering like, how did I come up with 80 ticks? I just know like by, like what I said earlier, if the ATR is between like a 30 to 70, then typically my 80 ticks is a good amount. If it starts to get above 80 and it climbs to 90, 100, etc., then the bigger you really start to need to make your stop in order for it to be an adequate stop. The bigger you make your stop, the more you have to size down your position size. So, it's not an automatic thing. You kind of just have to eyeball it. I don't know, I'm just so used to using 80 ticks that I usually use that more than anything. Even when it's too small like this, I just don't like risking that much. And usually if the trade is good, you're not going to have much drawdown anyways. It's just going to go in that direction after you enter. So even with 80 ticks being really shallow, it usually still works pretty well, even with a high ATR number. So yeah, you're going to get wicked out in certain cases, but that's just part of trading. So yeah, this trade still, see, we have not had a tick down yet. And this trade would have been about 78 points already. I'm leaving lots on the table. So hopefully that helps explain that. I'm sure you could probably, automate this in a certain way that says, okay, well, maybe you want to do here, let's just play with this really quick. So say you change your ATR multiplier to a 5. Okay, so now it's telling me that now the number is 106. So you could use that and automate your stop and say, okay, well, if I'm going to jump into trade now, I know that I need to use 102 ticks for my stop. But again, you still have to juggle the number of contracts that you want to trade. So the bigger that number gets, the less contracts you typically want to throw on. Otherwise, you're just going to risk too much and you're going to blow up your account. So it's a balance. It's a balancing act. But I am curious, if I was to throw this on here right now, and that's telling me 103. So if I would move this to 103 ticks, my stop would look like that. That looks like an adequate stop to me for the price action that we currently see. So that's one way to kind of, automate that. Semi-automated. Because you still have to, you still have to manually enter your stop and all of that. But yeah, this move so far is great. Still curious how big this one would be. Ran over 100 points since that test of the 8. JWAS. Looks like I set my TP too low. You know, sometimes in JWAS, we were talking about this yesterday. Sometimes it's better to just have a dynamic TP and, you know, exit the next time the signal ticks down. In this case, signal still hasn't ticked down yet. So you would have got over 100 points out of this, potentially. Oh, maybe not. There it is. There's the killer. What just happened? Wow. It's funny, just as I said that, we had a 75-point candle to the downside. Well, we'll still see where this ends up. We'll see if it's better than your what you initially used for your take profit. It's getting bought up pretty quick. Hasn't closed yet. So there's the close. All right. So if you use that as a dynamic stop, you would have got 68.5 points. Had you been in since the 8. Well, that candle came out of nowhere. There's no news or anything. I mean, maybe there is something that just hit the news. I don't know. Anybody see anything? Or was that really just some giant order off this order block here? Looks like we did kiss that order block. Interesting. Yeah, but as I was saying before, sometimes having a dynamic take profit and using one of the exit strategies in the playbook is better than just setting like a static TP. Not all the time. If you're chopping sideways or ranging, having a static TP is usually better. Well, that was a massive candle down. For that reason, still going to try to snag an entry off the 8 for a short. However, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird spot. We got the delta in the upper half now. We got a rising confirmation line. We should be looking for longs. So I canceled my order. Maybe I should not have canceled my order. Definitely would have got picked up there. But it, the reason why I canceled it is because the confirmation line is headed up. That was such a strong move to the upside. Yeah, the delta is negative now, but it did make it to the upper half. So it was strong enough to get in the upper half. So yeah, we could turn over here. It looks like that's what it's going to do. But it trying to go short there does go against the confirmation line, and yeah, like I said, it's a weird spot. So if it's weird and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, it's probably better to just stay out right here. However, I had my order sitting like right here on the 8. Definitely would have got picked up there. Since then, it's dropped another 56 points. Man, I am just leaving a ton on the table today. Marcus Knight, do you know where the chart setup is in your playbook? Yeah, I can show you. Here, let's go over to the playbook quick. Here is the playbook. And the second chapter goes over the basics of the cumulative delta indicator. And if you go to TradingVIew Setup and Settings on page 13, that's right here. And then there's a big blue button here to copy my full template. And it shows you how to do that. And then I also have a bare bones template in here that just has the cumulative delta indicator without all the other indicators. So if you have a TradingVIew account that only allows like a certain number of indicators, you might want to use the bare bones one. But yeah, looks like it's page 14 and 15. $61 points since the 8 there on that one. Jason Richardson, good morning and goodbye 2024. Yeah. Today is the last day of 2024. Kind of crazy. Yeah, Jay Waz, I would agree with you. If you look at what we've been doing here, yeah, there's some really strong impulsive moves, but really, I mean, these are all range plays. You know, the short there, the long here, the long here, the short there. From the power zones. All that's in the playbook. Curious to see what this looks like on a higher time frame. Let's look at the 3. Kind of messy on the 3. Let's check out the 5. Clean up my chicken scratch a little bit. On the 5, still kind of a mess. Yeah, just kind of a sideways mess on the 5. On the 15, I need to start deleting some of my drawings and crap. There's just too much on the screen. Anyway, on the 15, we did tick up from the lower power zone. Delta is above a rising confirmation line. So on the 15, we are bullish. We should be getting a little bit of a rise sooner or later. Go back to the 1. We also have a inverse head and shoulders pattern on here. So we did get this tick up from the green zone to go long right there. I missed that. Right here. That's that green triangle. Yeah? Oh, it's getting looser, huh?
It just got looser for me.
Yeah. You think you're going to lose it today?
It's my altitude.
Oh, yeah. My daughter lost her tooth last week, and she's got another loose tooth.
I have 2 more.
You have 2 more loose teeth?
Bye bye, Charlotte.
Before you know it, you're going to lose all your teeth.
Like here,
Let me see.
This one,
yep.
I have this one, and I have another one right by this one.
Wow. You're going to look like a pumpkin.
Wow, my teeth.
Yeah. Well, that long is not looking good anymore, is it? Good thing I missed it. However, I am still going to keep my eyes open for a long here because we do have this inverse head and shoulders pattern. I normally don't look at patterns like that, guys, to be honest. Just because, I don't know, the patterns in the cumulative delta are far superior than those types of patterns. And I feel like most of the retail traders are looking for patterns like that, and most of them fail and lose, so I don't necessarily want to do what they're all doing. However, I'm going to keep my eye on this, because if we do start to get a bullish long setup here, this could really take off. Or we'll just continue to range and go sideways, and it'll be a nothing burger, but it would still be a winning trade more than likely. Yeah, JWAS, power zones. And that's probably what this one is waiting for. It hasn't hit that power zone yet. Anytime you're ranging, the power zones are going to be, they're going to give you a higher probability than any entries that are in the middle. In other words, don't diddle in the middle. Schroden, I don't get the logic of a power zone uptick play when the cumulative delta is thick and going against you. Well, when you're in a ranging scenario, the thickness of the delta has less significance. It's probably the best way to say that. So the confirmation line here is the dead giveaway. See how it's kind of just... Here, let me pull this over here. Here, let me change my view. Make that easier to see. There you go. See how this confirmation line is just kind of hanging out here, and the delta is below, then we're above, then we're below, then we're above, then we're below, then we're above. Anytime it's like, I call that porpoising, you know, like a dolphin going like in and out of the water. If it's porpoising on that confirmation line, the confirmation line is hanging out towards the center of the indicator. That's pretty clear that you're ranging when it's doing that. And so as long as it's going to continue doing that, entering on these power zones, even if you have a thick delta, that's going to be where it's at usually. But obviously it can't do that forever. Eventually it is going to break into a trend one way or the other. And at that point, your range plays are no longer going to work. But until it proves that it's going to fail, you might as well just keep doing them. Therefore, I am going to take this long here. So I am in at 383.50. Again, my stop looks pretty small. And it's going to make me pay, isn't it? Well, so far so good. Keep in mind, we're still pretty bearish on the 5 too, so if you're trying to trade in line with that, then you should only be looking for shorts. But I am still... I'm going to continue trading this as if we're ranging until it proves to me that we're not. JWAS says, I'm going to wait for higher low entry because the 5 is just kind of trickling down along with the 1. It is. I know that's the one thing going against me here. And if we do get a tick down here under this falling delta, I am going to pull it. Almost got me there. Looks like they are going to try to make me pay. And I'm out. For a 14 1/4 loss. I feel like my numbers should be much higher today with everything that I've left on the table. There's a lot of good trades in there. I just missed most of them. Here's that higher low, JWaz. You gonna take it? I was thinking about jumping back in there, but I don't know. It's always hard for me to jump right back in a trade after I got stopped out.
Dad, some white milk.
Yeah, can you hold on a second? I'll be in there in a couple minutes. Okay?
Okay.
All right. You took it and you hit your TP already? I got an order sitting on the 8, waiting to jump back in. Doesn't look like I'm going to get it, though. Nice. Today seems like one of those days where a shallow TP might be preferred. I feel like you can do that almost over and over again here. Well, it almost picked me up on the 8, but not quite. All right, I'm going to cancel this order. I'm going to go give my daughter a little breakfast. I'll be right back. I am back. Is my mic on? Yeah. Looks like we got a tick down from that red zone. Didn't quite make it to a power zone. Don't know for how long it will not launch up, but I think it eventually will break above VWAP and 200 moving average decisively. I'm kind of feeling that too. Just because this still has that like inverse head and shoulders pattern. However, if you look at the delta, we are starting to put in a little chop now. It is 10 o'clock, so yeah, I wonder, are we going to be able to do it? Or are we just going to kind of fizzle out and chop sideways for the next couple hours? Let's see what crypto's doing. Ooh, Solana's doing good. XRP. These others are just getting started. Bitcoin is at 95,300. So looking back on Bitcoin here on the hourly, see when we started to put in a negative slope on the confirmation line. And that came all the way down near the lower power zone. That's where it likes to turn. And now we're starting to put in a positive slope on the confirmation line. So this is where you want to start looking for your longs, is in this area. And hopefully ride it all the way up until the reverse happens. If we keep dropping here, this 15 is going to flip bearish. The 5 is still looking pretty bearish. If we could tap this order block down here and make another move up. We did have a, I'm not a ICT trader by any means. Sometimes I throw in a fair value gap on here and there, that sort of thing, but there was a fair value gap on there. We'll see if there we go. Now we tapped in the order block. Yeah, I'm not much of a ICT guy. So is it going to just try to rip through this order block? Looks like it. Yep. So yeah, that 5-minute move is still playing out from that tick down here at 9:30. Delta is gaining some momentum to the downside now. Looks like we could be opening up a little bit more for a possible expansion to the downside. We'll see. Let's see what we got for trend lines here. Could expect a bounce here coming up on that yellow line. So if anybody took that tick down from the red zone when I was away, that trade would have been awesome. It would have been in right here. And still would be in if you're using a dynamic TP. Looks like about 81 points so far. We got our ATR back up to a 96, which is pretty darn high for an 80 tick stop. We did get that tick up from that lower power zone. However, let's see what it looks like with a 80 tick stop. Looks tiny. So I am waiting for. I was waiting for it to tap that yellow line first. If it taps the yellow line, I'm more interested in the long here. Looks like it's trying to go maybe a little prematurely. We did close above the 8. Delta still falling. Not really showing any signs of turning up yet. By the way, this is the first time the Delta's actually made it in the power zone since about 7 a.m. this morning, Central Time. It's putting in that higher low, but still not interested. That might be it there, but I would much prefer if it comes down and taps the yellow line first. We also got a bear flag pattern here. Just kind of chopping that 8 at the moment as it creates this little consolidation. Could be bear flag. We'll see if it ends up playing out, but it's interesting that it's right above that trend line. It might not play out at all. We are starting to put in a little bit of a delta squeeze there. We have a positive delta. We're ticking up above the positive delta. However, the delta is not, it's not rising yet, but tempted to take this long if it closes that way. I was tempted, but I did not take it. Something tells me this is still going to want to drop down. One second. My dog is going nuts. Yeah, it's flashing that tick down. Actually going to try the short here on this tick down, I think. Maybe for a quick one. I don't know. Now it's getting so close to that trend line. I don't like buying the big candles. If it was up here, I would have shorted it, but it closed way down here, so no thanks. Well, we tapped the yellow line. So if it wants to go long here, I'll be ready for it. Hitmaker says we are at 4-hour demand level. All right, let's see if we can find a long. 5 is still bearish. The 15 is actually bearish now. Go ahead and flip the 15. Hourly still bearish, so we are full bear mode at the moment. I am looking for a long here. I just got tapped in. I'm in at 313. We did close above the 8, so and we touched the trend line. That's what I was looking for. However, now we just closed back below the 8. We're kind of chopping the 8 a little bit. See if we can pop back up here. If not, I'll end up pulling the plug on it. That 1 minute, the 1 minute delta is still pretty bearish. It's not positive yet. So I want to see that delta start to turn up and turn positive. But if it's going to stay bearish and tick down here, I'm going to pull the plug. That delta's staying relatively flat. Come on, bulls, jump in there. And I just got out at break even. We had the tick down. So I pulled it. Now we're starting to get the tick up. So we'll see if they want to turn it back around, but it just wasn't moving. So better safe than sorry. Yeah, what I really want to see here is I want to see this delta start to turn up with a tick up above a rising delta. And we're getting the tick up, but the delta's not rising, so I'm not going to jump back in on that one. Yeah, see how that delta is actually gaining even more momentum to the downside now. The slope is important. The slope of the delta matters. If that slope stays flat, there's just no upward momentum for any longs. Yeah, the shorts are still in play. If I get a short setup, I'll take it. I just haven't really seen one yet. Still sitting on that trend line. Five minutes starting to flash a tick up from that lower power zone. But the delta on the 5 is still falling pretty aggressively, so I still probably wouldn't take that long on the 5. Maybe on the 1 if you get a corresponding setup on the 1. Putting in a little bit of a hammer candle here. Delta on the 1 is still falling. It's relatively flat, but it does have a slight negative slope to it. It's just kind of a slow bleed. We are getting we're flashing a tick up above that delta. Delta's not rising though. Delta's starting to flash positive, so this could be the beginning of a turn. It was only flashing though. It was not confirmed. Delta is flashing positive, starting to turn up a little bit. We are flashing a tick up from that 5-minute as well, from that lower power zone, and on the 15. Still kind of seems like the bulls just are not here anymore. Maybe they all went to their New Year's Eve parties. Cam Jackson, earlier you said that you trust cumulative volume delta patterns more than retail patterns. Can you elaborate, please? Well, when I said that, I was talking about like just in general, like head and shoulder patterns or inverse head and shoulder patterns. Like here, I was looking at this as an inverse head and shoulder pattern. So typically, you know, you'd want to go long somewhere in here and hope that it breaks this neckline, or enter when it breaks the neckline. Just, I don't know, in my experience, like trying to trade those types of patterns, those, in my opinion, are just a lot more sloppy. Like there's not, you don't have very clear objective entries and exits on them. Whereas with this, I have very clear objective entries and exits using the signal line. I don't know. I trust this more because I can see where the buyers and sellers are and who's more in control at any given time, as opposed to just looking at the pattern on the chart. This is kind of like looking beyond the pattern, showing you what's going on behind the scenes. So like I can just glance and see that, okay, on these higher time frames, the bears are definitely in control. On the lower time frame, it's more of like a neutral zone at the moment, with the bears still being in control. So ideally, I know that like objectively, I need this delta to get back above this confirmation line. And at that point, I can objectively start becoming bullish. So I don't know. I just trust this indicator more than just any candle pattern, basically. Marcus Knight, I downloaded your chart, but mine doesn't have the cloud candles. Are you talking about these moving averages here? So I think by default I have those turned off. So you have to open this up and turn these on. Those are just EMAs that just have a colored background. And then as far as like the green zone and the red zone and the cumulative delta itself, that's not actually part of the indicator. You have to draw those in manually. So, and it walks you through that in the playbook, how to draw those in. Bob Barkers, if you could see who's in control, why have you been going long the last 3 trades when all time frames are bearish? Well, I explained earlier that on my entry time frame always takes priority over my higher time frames. And like, for example, I had an idea in mind here already. That the reason why I went long here was not because of the cumulative delta necessarily. It was because I was looking for price to hit this trend line and then give me a bullish signal. And the bullish signal was this engulfing candle right here that ticked up from this lower power zone. So you can see the signal here. It ticked up above the lower power zone. So I thought we could start becoming bullish there. So sometimes I get in a lot earlier than what the indicator is telling me, but I'm anticipating a move on the indicator. So if I don't see the move that I was anticipating, then I just exit out, which is what I did there. So I didn't see what I was looking for, so I got out at break even. And this move that's happening right now is more of what I was looking for. So you see that we have this tick up above. I know it's really hard to see, but this delta is barely rising. So that has to be if you look in the playbook, in order for a delta squeeze to be valid, this delta has to have a positive slope on it. And here it doesn't. It's more flat. It doesn't really have much of a positive slope. Now, more recently, it's starting to get a positive slope. But this tick up right here, this right here is your long. That's what I was waiting for. It just took longer to play out. And I know from experience that trying to go short in this area where the delta and the confirmation line are converging like this, going short in this area is very risky. So even though all time frames are very bearish, the probability of it going up is actually greater than the probability of it going down. So it's always a balancing act. Where you want to go short is up here or here in the red zone. That's why I have these zones colored. Your highest probability shorts are going to be in the upper power zone. Highest probability longs are going to be in the lower green zone, or that lower power zone. So it's all a balancing act, and every setup is a little bit different. So it's kind of hard to explain. But just because my higher time frames are all bearish does not mean I'm just looking for shorts. A lot of people do trade that way. I do not, because there's a lot of opportunity I end up leaving on the table if I only look in that one direction. So hopefully that helps explain that. I'm going to get a refill. I'll be right back. My daughter's so cute. I went in there to get coffee, and as I was leaving, she goes, "Have a nice day, Dad." She's only 6. All right. So hopefully what I was talking about earlier made sense. See, we did get this bounce here. It just took a little bit longer to play out. We are getting a tick down from that upper power zone, so I'm going to attempt to take this one short. However, these can kind of come back to bite you once you have this cross right here. At that point, I'm more bullish than I am bearish, which is why this is kind of going against me now. But I still like to take that first tick down from that upper power zone, since we have been very bearish, and that still could be a good trade to the downside. But so far, this is going against me here. They don't all work. That's part of trading. And that's what I was afraid of. So when you get that cross down there, Like I said, you're more bullish than bearish at that point, but I still like to take that one because usually that one, as long as the delta is relatively weak, which it was at that point, see how it was tapering down, usually that still ends up playing out. You get a little bit of a win out of that one. But in this case, it did not work. And we have the 5 minute turning positive now. The delta, that is. We're still technically bearish there because we technically still have a falling confirmation line. And delta still underneath that confirmation line. So this could be just a little bit of a pullback in the downtrend, but see, this is why I always give the entry time frame priority over that, because even though this is bearish, there's still longs in here. You know, I was talking earlier about this one that I ended up missing. That would have been a good long. Definitely would have got 31 points out of it. That was the one I tried to get before, but I was just too early on that one. And now that we have this delta moving up, ideally, we'd like to see the signal come down somewhere in here in the green zone and tick up while the delta is still rising. And if the delta is still rising and it's still relatively strong when that happens, if that happens, that'll be my long. Put in our second tick down from the upper power zone. The second one's usually better than the first, but like I said, I'm more bullish on the 1 minute now than I am bearish, so I don't necessarily want to go against that at the moment. Even though this one is working out, this is the second one here. If anybody did take that short, it would be a winner so far. There's also a little bit of bearish divergence in that too. Signal almost put in a lower high, not quite. And we had a higher high in price. Also possible that we're putting in a little bit of a broadening formation here. And if that is the case, it's not very clean, but if that's the case, if we do roll over here, we could end up back down here on that yellow trend line again. But the high priority target in that case would be this low, to take out that low. Or I should say the primary target. Yeah, it looks like I was just a little early on that one. That second tick down from the power zone would have been better. That seems to be my theme today. I'm just a little early on these. I still can't believe how much I left on the table on these others. I should be like way in the profit right now, but I'm actually negative. Sometimes it's just the way the day goes. We are getting a tick up, but the delta is it's fairly weak still. It actually has a little bit of a negative slope. That tick up is not quite in the green zone, still in the red zone. So personally, I am not going to take that long, even though it might end up working out. This delta maintains this negative slope, and if we put in a lower high, I'll probably take it short. Bitcoin's pulling back a little. Bitcoin ticked down in the upper power zone. Well, the signal is now in the green zone, so we get a tick up in this vicinity. I will probably try to take a long there, but right now it is currently still fairly bearish. It's looking like it might actually come down and take that low out again. The delta is gaining some momentum to the downside, and the fact that we took out that other swing high, once it retraces 50% of that move, a lot of times it likes to just take out that swing low where it started. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get a tick up here from this little order block. Signal's almost in that lower power zone. It's trying to bounce. We are ticking up. We're not quite in the power zone, but delta is tapering positive, so technically this is a long here. I went ahead and took that long. Looks like I'm in at 326.83. On average, we'll say 75. So far, it looks like the 8 would have been a better entry. Delta's still negative, so if we tick down here and I'm underwater, I got to pull the plug. That's my rule. And we did tick down, so it's a tiny loss on that one. It's like 3 points. I still suspect we're going to turn up here and put in this higher low with that delta turning up, and in that case, I'll jump back in. It's like we are putting that in there, that higher low. Trying to snag a entry right above the 50. I do risk missing the trade if I don't get picked up here. That's been my problem earlier today, is just not jumping in. There we go. Now I'm tagged in. $331.50. Don't even tell me we're going to start chopping here. It is lunchtime. I guess it is right on schedule. This is chop on the Delta. A thin, spotty Delta. Hopefully we can pull out of it. Again, if we tick down from that red zone, yep, I pulled the plug there. Because we got that tick down in the red zone and we had a negative delta, I got to pull the plug on that. That sucks. So, yeah, we might just start chopping here. Another 11.25 on that one. That was the setup, though. We had a delta above. So we have a positive sloping confirmation line. Check. Delta above confirmation line. Check. Delta turning positive, ticking up above a rising delta. Check. Everything checked off. Just didn't work out. So Schroden, hey Tommy, I'm really getting a lot out of these live sessions. In fact, these tricky days can be the most instructive to watch. I'm really liking your system. Well, good. Glad it's helpful. You're planning on keeping these live sessions going, yes? Yeah, I suppose, as long as people find value in it. It does kind of add a little bit more responsibility than I'm used to. Trying to have to do these every day, but you know, it's kind of nice for me too, because when I'm talking through like what I'm thinking and what I'm seeing, things seem to stick a little bit more for me. Instead of just keeping it all in my head. A lot of times, if I'm trading by myself and I don't have people watching, I'm usually kind of, you know, I'm not as focused. I'm doing other things. I'm watching YouTube videos. I'm listening to podcasts. I'm like, you know, I'm not 100% focused. But when I'm on here and you guys are watching, I'm 100% focused and I tend to do better. So today's not necessarily a good reflection of that. I mean, you guys were here with me through all of this. I called all of those out. I just didn't get them. I missed them. Because I was trying to be too conservative, but sometimes trying to be too conservative hurts you more than it helps you. You know, I said that earlier. Sometimes you just gotta be aggressive and just get in there. Just jump in. And on days like today, that could be tough mentally. So, but yes, I think it helps me. And if it helps you guys too, then I'll probably keep doing it. Yeah, Jason, low volume, last day of the year, lunchtime. Things are not really in our favor at the moment. You could see the low volume on the cumulative delta too, and I talk about this a lot, and that's something that you can't really see with a lot of other stuff out there. But you can see when the delta's thin. Like, you could visually just look at that and see that it's thin. Anytime you have a thin delta, it's kind of like walking on thin ice, you know, like it could break either way. When there's a thin delta, you're almost better off just walking away. What you really want to see are deltas like this. Like, this is when the trading was good earlier today. You had this strong, consistent delta up, strong, consistent delta down. Those moves, like, if you could capture those are big wins. You know, same with all of this over here. But when you have this spotty, thin, you know, where it's alternating from positive to negative, like it's doing right now, and that playbook talks about this, it tells you when you start seeing this, walk away. And, you know, it might be a good time for me to do that. What? What's up? You don't know? You just came in here to say hi or what?
Well, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, you forgot what you were going to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you think about it a little more. Hey, don't push on the desk, because my coffee will spill, okay? Hey, look, you're on TV.
Ah.
You want to wave? Say hi.
Funny.
Say hi. All right. Well, do you need something or what? You don't know? Why don't you ask your sister to get you some lunch or something? Does that sound good?
I think everybody in the world can see me. I think everybody in the world can see me.
Yeah. Well, you're hiding now, so nobody can see you.
Yes, they can.
Well, they can now, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to give the market a little bit more of a chance here. But if this keeps chopping, I'm probably going to throw in the towel here fairly soon.
Oh, hello.
All right. Hey, why don't you go watch TV or something? Good? We did put in a tick up right above that delta, and that, you know, this is basically the same setup. The tick up above the delta, above a rising confirmation line. That is a long right here, but I was distracted, so I did not take it. But that's the long right there. Jason Richardson, I have 4 daughters, 1 son, 2 youngest still at home, 13, 17. Oh, yeah. I have a 15, a 13-year-old, and little Evelyn, she's 6. So we have the gamut there. The full spectrum. It is an adventure. Gives us purpose. Yes, it does. So yeah, looking back at the one here, even though we're chopping, just the fact that the confirmation line is rising, I'm still favoring the longs over the shorts. Still don't have a very clean setup though. We've got more chops setting in right here. Just kind of nasty. Nasty sideways chop. If you guys can hear that knocking, you hear that? That little knock on the wall? It's right here. It's right next to me. The anytime anybody turns on the hot water upstairs, we have PEX in the walls, and there must be a PEX fitting there that's just too tight. So when that expands and contracts, it like kind of gives and knocks on the wall like that. Kind of annoying. Well, you know, earlier, looks like we just took out that low. Earlier, I was talking about the fact that we took out this high, or this swing high, and we were sort of developing more of a broadening formation here. I said the fact that we took that out, retraced halfway, usually we end up taking out the low again. And it wasn't very clean, but it did it. It did eventually make it back down, took out that low. Just punch a hole in the wall and fix it, T-Maker. Yeah, one of these days I'm actually going to do that. But that means that I gotta patch the wall and I gotta repaint. Just more stuff to do. Just hang a picture over it. That's that's one way to do it. Well, that delta is now back below the confirmation line. It just does not want to move up today. But you know, the fact that we took out that swing low, if we tick up from this power zone, that would be a long. We did get the tick up. I did not take it. I'm going to wait for a little bit more confirmation. I want to see a thinning delta or a close above the 8. Something else that tells me that we're going to turn here. The other thing I kind of like to do sometimes is if I get that signal, sometimes I'll just go ahead and put a limit order on the low of that. And sometimes it'll just wick down there and pull me in. Actually going to try that on this one. So I got a limit order sitting on the low. All right, I am tagged in. So, however, if we tick down under this falling delta and I'm underwater, I'm pulling the plug. So if I do that, I still like to keep a short leash on it. And that was actually probably not the smartest thing to do right there. But everything else I've been doing today hasn't really been working, so I'm trying something a little different. Got about 10 seconds. Are we going to tick down here? Yes, we did. All right, I just pulled it at break even. So at least I didn't lose anything. And again, reason why I did that is because we did get the tick up from the lower power zone. So a lot of times they'll just wick you in and pull back up, and then you can just move your stop to break even, and you're usually good. And if you're not good, like in this case, you usually can either get a break even or a small loss out of it. So it's worth the risk. Small risk. And only reason why I did do that there is because we did take out this low. We got the previous day low sitting here at 252.75. Maybe it's been eyeballing that the whole time. See if we take that out. Delta's still falling pretty hard on the 1. Which is interesting because usually once it gets above the confirmation line, even if it does fall below, it's usually fairly temporary. Usually does not just keep going like that. JWAS says NQ price did not hold on the 200 moving average on the 4-hour. What price is the 200 at? I don't have that on my chart. I have the EMA, but not the SMA. $21,344. Okay. So close to that previous day low. This is the chart on the 5-minute. Looks very nasty. It's just a choppy, slow, grindy bleed to the downside. But you do see this trend line here, right? Every time we've hit that trend line, we've bounced. So if we take out previous day low and hit that trend line, odds of us bouncing again, I think, are fairly high, maybe. Just took out previous day low. And we just kissed that trend line. Well, just as we were talking about lunchtime turning into a chop fest, it's decided to make a pretty decent move to the downside. Things are moving again. Here's the 15. We had a order block here that we just could not hold. Which doesn't look all that great for the bulls. Kind of our little chop zone there, right in that 15-minute order block. Marcus Knight says next stop 193. Got a pivot line down here at 197. We have our average daily range down here at 148. We are putting a tick down on a fairly thick delta. Sometimes those work if you try to jump on the moving train, but most of the time when I try to do that, I get run over, so I don't like to take those. I'd love to be short right now, but I don't want to get run over. The 15 put in a tick down under this aggressively falling delta. So this delta candle's thicker than the last one. It's pretty bearish on the 15. I wonder if crypto's falling in line. Yep, it is. Looks like that tick down on that thick delta would have worked. It's funny how they usually work when I don't take them, and when I do take them, I get run over. So I'm scared of those. It has been respecting the 8 really nicely, though. See how it pulled right back to the 8 right here. Right here. It's been staying on one side. Does seem kind of like we're just kind of free falling here. It's funny, I got this old trend line sitting in here, and we seem to be trying to bounce off of it. Yeah, song by Tom Petty, Free Fallin'. We do have the delta turning up. It's turning positive. I'm going to try a long on the 8. See if I can just get a quick one. The relatively short TP on it. JWaz went long. JWaz has been doing really good lately, so if he went long, I'm going to go long. Maybe, if it ever touches the 8. There we go, I'm tagged in. Yeah, it looks like 223. Now we just have to stay above the 8. If it closes under the 8, I'm pulling the plug. Yeah, those 8 entries really should be wicks. If they're not wicks, then they're no good. Yep. No positive volume stepping in. So I'm out. All I need is one winner to get back in the green for the day. I just need my 31 point or 125 tick win. That would put me green. So I'm not too worried about it, but today is definitely challenging. It's not an easy day. There's our delta squeeze situation again, but you know, in the playbook it says if you're in a sustained downtrend, you have to stop taking those. However, I'm not even sure if we've been in a sustained downtrend because this is all sideways ranginess. We were in a downtrend here, but then we were more sideways, and now we're kind of getting back down there in that lower power zone. So I don't know. At this point, I guess it's probably safer to say you're in a sustained downtrend and just wait for the shorts. Curmudgeon. What is that mental dynamic in traders that make it so enticing to counter trend? Well, for me, the market usually ranges or goes sideways 70% of the time. So for me, counter trend is, that's the big question. Are you trending or not? Right? If you're trending, and that's up, you know, what some people call a trend, I look at a little bit differently because I'm looking at it in the context of the cumulative delta. Like here, like I would not call this a trend. Even if the price has been moving down, I wouldn't call this a trend. I would call this ranging. So according to the rules in the playbook, if you take these, the power zones are where the best moves are when you're ranging. So, but in order to take those, you have to go against the move. Like, the only way it can get down to the power zone is for the price to make a move down. So that's the only way that you can actually do that. And usually that's very successful, very profitable. But there's a lot of different setups in the playbook that deal with different market conditions. You know, there's different setups for trends, different setups for ranges. So the question is, are you trending or ranging? Obviously, we've made another big move down, so I would say that we're trending. However, the cumulative delta is usually right. So if you see, I'm sitting here talking instead of trading, but when you see a positive sloping delta like this, and you see that the sellers are gone and that it's starting to turn positive, and you see a tick up above a rising delta, well, in the playbook, it says you go long there because the higher probability is that it's going to go up instead of go down. So that's why I counter trend, because that's the only way to really, you know, you almost have to do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. But with that being said, it also says in the playbook that if you are in a sustained downtrend, not to go counter trend. The only time you should go counter trend is if you're not in a sustained trend. And being in a sustained trend is fairly rare, meaning it only happens like 30% or less of the time. So I want to err on the side of the majority, which is 70% of the time it's going to go sideways. But in this example here, say that you were not in a downtrend, a sustained downtrend, which is different than a normal downtrend. So if you're not in a sustained downtrend, it says you can go ahead and take this long. That is a delta squeeze. So the long would be right here. Let's just simulate this one and see if it works out. 1 second. All right. Oh, would you look at that? Going against the trend actually worked. I'm doing a horrible job today capturing these guys. There's so much that I left on the table. I don't know what is going on with me today. It is just not my day, I guess. This also kind of solidifies my point that I was trying to make earlier, that the cumulative delta, I trust it more than, you know, any other candle patterns or anything that's going on the screen. because it tells you what is happening right now. And right now, the bulls are in control. And you can see that by, it told you essentially that this was going to happen with this rising delta. So the entry was right there. I just missed it. But you can't see that just by looking at the candle patterns. So, if that's what you're looking for, it doesn't matter if you're in a trend or not. Like, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. What matters is what's happening right now. And the cumulative delta, to me, does the best job of telling you what's happening right now. It doesn't matter what happened prior to that. So... 'Yeah, looks like this trade would have been great. So far, it's run 55 points. $77 points. How's that for a counter trend trade? We're getting a tick down from that upper power zone. I'm not taking that one short. JWaz, you shorted that power zone? Does your playbook have any stats on that delta play? On the delta squeeze? Is that what you're referring to? It's going to be different from instrument to instrument, so you're going to have to backtest that to see what that looks like. But what really matters with that one is what I was talking about earlier. Like, you have to answer the question first. Are you in a sustained trend or not? If you're not in a sustained trend, the win rate of that setup is a lot higher. If you're in a sustained trend and you're trying to counter trend, I think the rule that I talk about in the playbook, I think it says give it 1 or 2 tries max, and after that, just stop taking them, because if it is going to go into a sustained trend, it can do that all day long, and you'll just lose one after the other. So it's kind of hard to put stats around that unless you can identify what market condition that you're trading in. But generally speaking, I would say that all of the setups in the playbook, as long as you do them correctly and you identify the market condition that you're in, they should have anywhere from a 50 plus to 70% win rate, somewhere in there. But win rate is also dependent on your exit strategy too. If you got a crappy exit strategy and it comes all the way back and takes you out, but you were in the profit, that's a factor too. The shallower targets you have, the higher your win rate will be. This setup here is a potential bull flag breakout setup. Which is also in the playbook. After a move like that and creating this big gap down here, I'm just not very interested in trying to take a bull flag breakout right now. The chances of that being a fake out, a breakout fake out, is fairly high. So far, it is holding above the 8. We'll see if it can hold it. All right, it's looking like it might hold. So in the playbook, this is a setup. So you draw your trend line on your consolidation, you got your flagpole, and on this tick up right here with the, so you got a strong rising delta. Where's the tick up? This is the tick up. Oh, that one's actually even better because it's a down closing candle. So the tick up right there is the entry. I, of course, did not take it, but would have been a 40 point winner at least. It's nice when you can get the tick up with a down close candle because you get a better entry on it. See how it's like right there by the 8? The other option is to wait for the signal and then just take the 8. It's one way to do it. Now we're starting to put in our first lower high on the 200 there. And that usually is not a bad short. So I'm going to try that. So I am currently short. $310.75. What I don't want to see here is a tick up above a rising delta. If I see that, I got to pull the plug, and I might actually flip long at that point if we get it. Delta is negative. Starting to roll over a little bit. Right there at my take profit. Just need a little push. There we go. And just like that, I am green again. Notice how my win rate really sucks today, but I'm actually in the green. So that should tell you something. It's not about what you win, it's about how you lose. If you learn how to lose and learn how to lose small, that's the key of the game right there. Yeah, JWAS says, I'm liking this long setup, potentially, that's coming. And I would agree. This is what we're looking at. We have a upward sloping confirmation line. So that's typically the direction you want to trade, is whatever the confirmation line's doing. On a lower level, we have a downward sloping delta, but it is above the confirmation line. So we got the signal that's pulled into the green zone. And so any tick up in this vicinity is usually a good long, because you should default to the confirmation side when you're looking for a bias and not necessarily the delta sloping side. But that all depends on where it is on the indicator. You know, like here, we definitely want to give priority to the confirmation line. But if this was, say that the delta made it all the way up here, and then you had a negative sloping delta, and it was in that upper power zone, and you also had a confirmation line that was like, you know, near that upper power zone, and they're starting to like converge up there, then you want to give priority to the downward sloping delta, not necessarily the confirmation line. So it really depends on where on the indicator that's occurring. Hi. What's up? Did you put lipstick on? Where'd you get lipstick?
From Grandma's. when it was Christmas. I got a my American Girl doll.
Oh.
I would show you. I got white. I got a dark pink. I got kind of dark. I got a light pink. I got kind of light pink.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Want me to show them?
That's a lot of colors.
Yeah.
How about you show me later?
Right now.
Right now, okay. I guess I'm going to get a lipstick demonstration. All right, what was I doing? Oh, I thought these were fake. These are real? Are you serious?
Yeah.
There's real lipstick in there?
Yeah, that's real lipstick.
I thought these were toys.
Try it on, Dad.
No, I'm not going to try it on.
Oh, Dad. Dad.
What?
Is that why you put it on that other day because you thought it was fake?
I thought it was plastic.
So you put it on that other day because you thought it was fake?
Yeah, I didn't think it was real.
You ruined makeup.
It didn't actually come off on me, though. Well, that's kind of cool. You guys probably can't see these. This is what she's talking about. We thought that this was just a toy. But apparently, this is real lipstick. And it goes to her doll. She's got a bunch of different colors.
I got white, I got a dark pink, I got a kind of dark pink, I got a light pink.
That was part of her Christmas present. Well, cool. Now you can have fun with makeup, I guess.
Hey. Show them all of the colors. Show the whole world.
All right, and then you got to go watch TV.
Okay.
She said I got to show the whole world all the colors. Here's all the colors. See that world? There, they saw it.
That's so funny. Dad,
What?
I think this is the best of this ever, cause me is in here, right?
Because what?
I think this is the best one ever. That part is the best one ever, cause I'm in
Is that why?
Uh-huh.
She just said that she thinks this is the best stream ever because she's in it. Well, I would agree. This is probably the best stream ever.
And no kid is even in any of them.
Yeah, that's right. All right. We're dropping hard here. Time to go watch TV.
Fine.
All right.
Fine.
All right. Bye-bye. Looks like I should have held on to that short a little longer, huh? See if we can bounce here. We got our signal in that lower power zone. Everything's in the right spot. You know what, though? There's one little problem. We didn't take out this high. We got close, but we never took it out. So that might, when I see that, it usually wants to continue and take out the other low. So we'll see if we take that low out down there at 209. We are starting to print that tick up from the lower power zone. But at the same time, the delta is starting to cross under that confirmation line. So, and on the 5, we did tick down from the red zone. So, do I give this one a try or not is the question. I think I'm going to try it. All right, I'm long. From 235.75. Oof. It's going to make me regret it, isn't it?
What is this?
That's for my chair.
Oh, here.
Yeah, just put it on the floor.
We opened the package and then we found this box.
Yep.
A box is inside a box.
Yep, that's mine. So can she pull out of this? I don't like the fact that we didn't bounce on that order block right there. We closed underneath it. We are going back up. So I don't know. So far it's holding though. That delta is also still pretty thick. Doesn't look like it's thinning out too much. Not a big fan of that at the moment. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to want to take me out. Not only take me out, but take out that low. And I'm gone. I had a feeling that was going to happen there. But, like I said earlier, if you don't take those, then you end up missing them. So it's kind of a catch-22. You get that tick up from the power zone, the confirmation line slope, everything was right. So sometimes you just got to be aggressive and jump in and take the L if it's going to be an L. This last trade over here, that was a good example of where having a dynamic exit strategy is better than just that straight up TP that I took, or that static TP. If I would have took that down to the next tick up, I would have at least had double my profits on that. What's up? You need help with something? All right, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. What did I miss? Looks like we made it above the 8. We did put in that higher low on the signal. We did not take out that prior low. At least not yet. Delta is turning positive, starting to turn up. Looks like I was just too early on that one too. That's kind of been my theme today. I've been too early on these. This one over here, I had to exit early. I did not get back in, but if I had got back in, that would have been a really nice one. So this higher low is here. After putting that higher low and then closed above the 8, had I been here, I might have entered on the 8. Let's see how far that one would have ran. Looks like 25.5 points on that one. So smaller target, that would have been a winner. Our confirmation line slope now has a negative slope to it, so we're back to being bearish on the 1. Chopping that 8 a little bit here. See if it's going to make a run for that low now. Looks like it is. Yep, just took out the low. That's what I was afraid of with this move down after not taking the high. But now that the low is taken out, it kind of resets things. Jason Richardson, double bottom on the 5. Do you use that in correlation to an uptick in the delta? I'm assuming you mean double bottom in the price action. Yeah, in the price action, we have more of a double bottom there. I mean, I take that into consideration, sure, but I don't really base any trades off of that too much. I would still be waiting for the long signal on the 1. The fact that we did take out that low and cleared out that liquidity, I am back to looking for a long here, if we can get it. We just got to tick up above the delta. So I went long there. We do have a spotty delta though, so something to keep in mind. It's fairly choppy right there. But I did take this long. Let's see where I'm in. At 227 even. Go ahead and get rid of this since that order block didn't really do much of anything. So I am long, but we are technically still bearish on the one since we have that downward sloping confirmation line. So if we get a short setup, I will exit the long and flip short. Oh, weird that you can't see my ATR. I think it's because my TradingView window moved. Can you see it now? Yeah, it looks like my whole window was just moved down slightly. Delta is still pretty weak. It's positive, but it was flashing negative there. It's still relatively flat. So again, the signal's in the red zone. So if we tick down here, I gotta exit. But I do have my sights set on exiting higher if we can pull out of this and get above the 50. Not really loving this hesitation. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even on it just in case. All right, I just got taken out of break even. And now watch it run on me. It's one of my biggest pet peeves when you get in a trade and it just doesn't go anywhere and it stays there forever. I can only take so much of that and I got to get out. Well, looks like we have a visitor. Hold on, guys. All right, I am back, guys. Doesn't look like I missed too much of anything. We did get a tick down from the upper power zone, barely. Barely made it in there. So technically that is a short. The delta is weak. So I am going to... I'm a little late on it if I jump in here. But I kind of want to take that short. I'll try just below the 8, see if I can get that picked up. All right, I just got picked up at 238.50. Looks like right on the end of that wick. Hopefully it stays a wick. Probably about 6 o'clock, somewhere in there. We are ticking up here. The delta is still very weak. If we tick up, I'm in the profit. I'll probably just move my stop to break even. We did tick up. So now I'm at break even. Now we're starting to get the drop. Targeting that low. We are starting to flash a tick up from that lower power zone. So if we do confirm that, I'm probably just going to pull the plug for a smaller profit. So hopefully the bears step it up here and push it back down. Come on, bears. You can do it. All right. They did it at the last second. They pulled it back down. So we're still in. And we got it. Took me out at 202.50. Let's see where that is. Wait. 21, 202.50. Oh, yeah, never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. 202.50, which is 36 points. Well, guys, you know, today has kind of been, I don't know, it's a weird day for me because I feel like I called out a lot of trades that ended up playing out. I just wasn't able to capture them because I was trying to be too conservative earlier. I would have had a great day otherwise. But I think I'm going to stop here just because today's kind of been crap and I'm still green. I'm going to end it with 17 points, and I'll probably come back and trade a little bit during power hour, but I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Have a green day instead of a red day. And yeah, I don't know. What's the schedule for tomorrow? I don't even know if the markets are open. I'm assuming markets are closed tomorrow on New Year's. Anybody know what that schedule is? Closed New Year's. All right. Well then, I guess we will see you guys on Thursday if you want to stop back, and hopefully I will do a much better job executing on Thursday than I did today. My execution today just wasn't great. So anyway, hope you guys have a good day and hope you have fun tonight. If you do anything fun for New Year's, good luck, and we will see you Thursday.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want a pound split, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're bored. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. Then hope and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat deltas are what I beat. Well, traders, low, let me see that life is good. I'm my happy delta. Skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're bored. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves